Man, Minecraft's using a lot of GPU today. Didn't think it was usually that bad. Oof. Oof! I still haven't checked why my audio seems louder than it used to be. Come on, get out of my way. Ah, I need to see my tabs. Why is this here? Oh, that's so weird. Okay. Stream notification. Scoobity. Scoobity. Squeak your beef. Huh? What? That always sounds like so goofy. Why do I feel like... Okay, it's 20 seconds. I was gonna be like, why do I feel like my intro is going on like extra long? You know, it's kind of goofy. Let the, Hello. It's kind of goofy. Let's get music going. Woo. Sorry, I look over in chat and I see just add salmon run music. No one else gets the context for why we're adding salmon run music. 1 second. Where is it? Where is it? You know the one I'm looking for. Oh, come on. Where is it? No, not that. Is it this one? No. Which name is it? I don't remember. Wait, is it? There we go. We'll start with this. I'll go back to the other music in a second. Does this music fit some kind of mood of recent time? You did this. You did this. I just realized, is this... No, this text gets smaller. It's just very big. I do this, you do this. How did the labels work again? Where was this? Was it text? That's weird. It always wants to open on, tool masks. Oh gosh, this repeats? No. Ew. Go away. I just wanted it once. Okay. Sorry. Honestly, if I had seen your message sooner, or well, I guess it wasn't before the stream started. Honestly, I would have just comically done that as the stream intro, because that would have been funny. Okay, it wasn't the text one. Which one was it? Annotation, maybe? Text? I don't remember. I think it was center billboard, park. Right. It's weird you can't really edit these. I don't entirely know why, but you can't really edit these. Oh, wait. Oh, gosh. No, I just made a new one. How very strange. Oh, whoa. What the heck? There's a special thing for... Why can't I Control Z that? I just... Huh. I don't like the fact that I can't Control Z what I just did. That's weird. Anyway, there was just supposed to be like a path that goes through the park. There. I just wanted a piece of text. Was it so much to ask? Anyway, the thing I was gonna like sort of start like as the first comment of the stream. Adventure Guild. Always gotta have one of those. After all of the isekai animes and everything, though, it ends up making it feel like such a generic thing to have. Corner store. Isekai has truly, like, overused the fantasy world concepts. But yeah, so the silly thing I was thinking before the stream is it is interesting that I've gotten so used to watching YouTube at 480p. Just to see how fantasy and anime would blend together. Now it's saturated. Right? Like, like in the week between me streaming, I binged and watched an entire other anime that is like just isekai, like just kind of what you expect sort of stuff. It was decent, but it was also like, again, it makes you think about how saturated all of this has become. Oh right, the signs that got like shoved into the ground. Wait, am I crazy? Oh, the oddity shop sign is still there. It's just buried with a bunch of like extra signs. Ah, crud, I didn't want to rotate it. Right? Oops. But, yeah, so, saturated to death. Also, I was kind of thinking with this little market area in the town, I feel like, there should be, like, a road, here. Like a sort of, you can go down like another sort of corner. So that just like, I don't know, makes sense to me. Like these ones here would be more like just kind of booths. Like right out the front of businesses, while these ones on the side are maybe the ones that kind of go into the road a bit. I don't really need to label this Gold's house. It's just kind of already there. But yeah, you'd be surprised how much you can get used to watching things in 480p. I don't know why I've been doing it. I guess part of me has this like weird thought of like, if I don't use as much data, Google won't care as much that I'm not watching ads. I mean, so I'm pretty sure 480p is in 30 FPS. And I guess I watch a couple things occasionally in 720p to get the 60 FPS. Well, that's weird. But yeah, for the most part, I don't really... Okay, so, I was thinking of this area, and I do not like how close it is. Because, like, okay. This is supposed to be pretty far off when I really think about it. Because, like... I guess, like, the thing that I'm thinking about is this area, like, you come up off this, like, side path, which I haven't really finished smoothing as much as it needs to be. So you come up on this side path, and this is, like, a sort of little field that turns into, like, a fairground. Which I could, I guess, add an annotation for. Is it fair or fair? Wait. Yes, okay. Fair ground. We can make this, like... that big. So you come up a little further, and there's, like, maybe, like, past the fairground area... maybe another, like, farm or something in here, but I don't really know. The main thing I remember is that there's supposed to be, like, a farm, like, right here. Like, behind the town a little bit. I don't know if there's, like, more farm. Like, I think if I go into this view, you can kind of see what I mean by some of this. There's, like, a little bit of farm and stuff right, like, over this way. And I didn't really, like, think too much when I detailed this, but, like, either this needs to be longer... like, honestly, both sections almost feel like they need to be longer, but I'm not sure. I think I mostly want to make the part back here longer after we, like, detach from the, like, one second, let me figure this out. So, like, after the river splits... I'm thinking... this side needs to extend out for a while. I have no idea. I might have to cut and paste, but I have no idea whether or not it'll get angry with such a large modification of data. But yeah, I just want this area out further a bit. This is a bit much. Oh boy. I probably should have backed this up first. Oh no. I hope I don't regret this. Okay, this seems to be working. Question is, how much further back should I make it? Like, that's probably... even just that much is probably fine, but... I don't know. Let me go, like, a little further. Yeah, because it just feels like you get to the gorge, like, immediately, when it's just like, I don't know. I don't know, like, should the path even, like, follow it the entire time? But yeah, I'm also wondering whether I should be using larger block brush options. Oh man. Oh, it does not like rendering this. Oh, that is weird. Yep. That is incredibly weird. It is... yeah, it is placed correctly. Oh, well, there's a couple little weird things, but that's fine. Again, I do find it slightly unfortunate the way Distant Horizons works. when it comes to stuff like this. But, beggars can't be beggars. Choosers can't be losers. So can I just, like... Just kind of curious. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Magic Select is just like... Huh. Anything solid. By material. Oh, that is actually very interesting. Huh. Losers can't be choosers, which sounds surprisingly profound. Oh my gosh, what is this? Bizarre. So I haven't been messing with some of these tools, so they're kind of new to me. It is funny though, just the thinking about how you can get used to what makes the bot react. I've been thinking more and more lately about improving it. Sorry, just scratching an itch. What's my best option here? So I guess the weird part is the river is probably going to stay pretty much in place for a little while. Oops. I might extend this, like, water height a bit. Though, I'm also debating maybe in general making the water in the gorge deeper, but maybe it's fine. No, it might be fine like this. Well, one more deeper might be nice. Let's see what one more what one more water gets me. I think I have to close that. Oh boy. Okay, actually, you know what? let us use our power of box and just make sure that can't escape. There we go. I mean, yeah, that depth is probably fine. What is still escaped? Oh, it needed to go down 2. Right. Ooh, but that does actually call into question how deep this will actually be. Oh well. Is it an anime, a game, or a card game? Bot. I wonder if I can create hotkeys. 1 second. I'm just really, really curious. Hotkeys. New hotkey. Um... Oh! Oh! Don't do that! What if I, like... Okay, that doesn't trigger OBS. You might have guessed, but I tend to use my my numpad for hotkeys in various apps, and maybe that's a mistake. One second. I just need to see one thing real quick. Give me just one moment. This is goofy. Whoa. Honestly, I did not realize... Oh, wow. Sorry. Firebot is very fancy. I can create clips? That's crazy. I don't know how to use any of this. Oh my gosh. What was I doing before? There's so many things. Okay, so... Oh, wait. Okay, wait. There it is. Okay, so... I go over here. And then I do that. Hey, bot. Can you respond to me now? Okay, fair enough. Oh, if only I could make that an actual voice command. Bot, are you happy? Okay, you respond a little too fast to that one. I'm gonna forget I can even do this. Okay, let's try the... Or did I already flood fill it? Oh yeah, I guess I did flood fill. Right, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so flood filling does it that high, which is fine, I guess. Bot, was giving you this power a good idea? I don't know. Bot, are you having fun? I don't know if this works with stream delay. I can make the bot a little bit more like an actual chatter. 1 second. How does this work again? One second. I think I can fix this. Okay, well, how did I do? Oh man, it's been so long since I've messed with this. I have to like go back through and how does this work? What does it do? Oh, that's not the right one. Okay. Right, that's the thing. Okay, I'm looking for that. Okay, so if I if I add this, maybe like that. Can I move this to be first? Okay, bot. Does it take you a reasonable amount of time to answer now? Oh, that's broken. What happened? Ah! Oh, wait, no, it responded, but it's responded with broken text. I don't know why the bot does this sometimes. Modify something real quick. Bot, are you gonna respond properly this time? Okay, good. I really don't know if it works entirely. You just have to assume the bot, yeah, okay. You have to assume the bot has a better delay than you do or something. I don't know. Oh my gosh, this is comically distracting for sure. Yo. That's water. Oops. Oh, I did not want that. Just kind of trying to do a bunch of filling in. Quick and dirty. The noise is maybe a little small. There's a part of me that is itching to get to the detailing work, but I know I can't really just skip ahead. Unfortunately. Okay, so let's set this to flatten. Oop. I was unsatisfied with what I did last stream. And I just felt like it was too close to town. So I'm working, I cut it open and added some strange cancer to the middle of it. Now I have to, like, rework it. Bigger radius, faster rate. Let's get a river put back in. So, so far, all you've missed of the stream so far has been me, figuring out and realizing I can do something very, very fun. That thing being, hey bot, how about you show them? Well, too bad, you already did. So I'm just having a stupid amount of fun with this. That's kind of always how, like, stream stuff goes, is you get, like, a new toy, or you figure out, like, a new little thing that you can do. Because it was like, I could always respond to my bot, but my bot could never respond to me. I need to I need to set up a couple different ones. Like, wait, sorry, I'm gonna add another. Not exactly. But, sort of? Not really? Do I want to use that one, or do I have another one? One second. I'm just seeing what options I've built into this thing. I guess I could use this one. I thought I had a better one. I really need to, I really need to modify a couple things. Wait, what's this one? I don't know. Sorry, now I'm just going through my stuff. Delay. I wish I could duplicate some of these. If I give it that. Give me one more second, and then we'll get back to the fun. Okay, bot, what's on your mind? I wonder if I could change its phrasing to be a little bit more natural. But that is fun. I'm really happy with that, actually. Sorry, this area of the map. Let me just, like, fill it back in. I mean, it is really fun because now I don't have to just wait for, like, chat to activate it. Well, it gets a little awkward if it overlaps. See, I need to make specific ones so that it's obvious it's talking to me. I think that's like the one thing it's missing right now. But think fast. Oh, I just broke it! Okay, why does it have a failure rate? This is not good. I don't like the fact that this has a failure rate. Well, I mean, setting up an LLM takes effort. And also, there's a specific part of my brain that doesn't want to do that, because that's what everybody else does, and I like doing the crusty old way. One second. I want to look up, or look into... Where is bot files? Where is uncertainty? Why is this failing? Is it failing because sometimes it can't get a user, maybe? I mean, I wouldn't mind experimenting with language models, but I really just want to... See, I think the thing is, if I just script and build sentences, I can give it a very specific personality. You can kind of give language models personalities, but... Bot, I didn't even prompt you! One second, I'm gonna... I'm gonna duplicate this file. I forgot Control D on Windows is delete, not duplicate. I'm too used to that in other programs. Okay, I'm duplicating that file and modifying it a little bit. I just want to see... Okay, bot. I'm going to have you do a bunch of things. I want to see if there's a failure rate. Huh. A couple more. Interesting. There are conditions. Okay, so there's conditions where it can fail, and it'll just print the ugly stuff. Sorry, I'm spamming chat a little. You guys can talk after I'm done with this. Oh gosh, oh no, I'm so sorry. Gold replied and then I buried him. Okay, that's the last of it with the bot for now. I was just seeing if those would fail. Okay, enough with the bot. I now know a little bit more about why some of the responses fail. The whole thing is a little goofy. Anyway, yeah, so... Yeah, with enough prompting, I could give it a sort of personality. I remember a lot of the front and back ends for a while. Yeah, just like for a bit there, I feel like a lot of people were trying to make replacements for like the dungeon ones that really kicked off the popularity. It's really interesting to me that like one of the first things people did with them was pretty much make games. Kitubot. Oh no. Oh dear goodness. Would that just speak like Nico Arc though? I kind of wonder, and like I kind of miss, and I guess part of missing it is just that people don't do it anymore because they don't want to deal with people having the dialogue in chat about um oh wait, this is a capsule. I wanted a ellipsoid. People stopped streaming a lot of these things because they didn't want to have their chats go ballistic. It's an unfortunate thing, in my opinion. And so, like, I miss the, AI dungeon stuff. But one of the things I miss specifically is that, like, golden era where the AI chats, like, weren't very good yet. But it was before they, like, fixed their algorithms, or ruined their algorithms, sorry. But then before, like, other things came out that, like, fixed it and made it actually good. There's something about early, like, AI dungeon and stuff that is just, like, unmatched in its, like, specific crust. End of response. Sometimes crust is what I'm after. I actually think I could kind of get away with, having this go downhill a little before going back uphill. Now one thing I guess, you can probably replicate some of those old vibes. What is it? The, is it the, like, the color or the temperature or whatever it is? What is it that they call it? I don't really know what AI terms are for, like, how closely do you follow logic? Because I know some of them will let you get, like, a little wacky with it. Yeah, so you can probably get some of that old feeling by just adjusting that, which is way easier on local models, so. Pretty drunk. I wonder a little bit, whether sorry, I'm just thinking, if you had a model as crusty as the old AI dungeon, but with memory limits like modern ones can do, like, the difference in tokens in modern models is insane, by, like, just the sheer comparison. Plus token optimization and all that other stuff. But, yeah, I guess part of me almost wonders, like, what would an old AI dungeon type model feel like with modern memory limits? Like, would it be like premium trash? I mean, what? there was a short while where I was messing with some of the online ones. And the thing I've always wondered. So, I don't know if any of you have ever seen this happen. Probably, if you've messed with it more than I have. Have you ever had it start just, like, just spewing? Like, it doesn't actually make sense how it can spew so much, like, paragraphs upon paragraphs of absolute nonsense. Sometimes just the same words repeated over and over again, or just, like... How do you think the spew works? Because I would think it would, like, max out some, like, token limits. Like... I guess, like... I'm just trying to think how that even works. Well, that's the thing, I guess that's the thing I guess that's what gets really weird, is, like... I guess if the output tokens... Oh, and then when I get back up, the program doesn't know what to do anymore. Oh, interesting. I guess... So it has a maximum number of input tokens. And so I guess if the output can be as big as it wants, the problem is it's still referencing a finite input. And yeah, gosh, that's so weird to, like, think about how it would, like, it's just running over and over again on the same data. So weird. I wonder if the way it happens with the online ones that I'd seen once or twice, off the top of my head, but, that is XK... Wait, is that XKCD? Like, 856? They're currently up to, like, 3,000. Holy moly. Seeing this... I try to know the pattern behind it. How do you pronounce that word? Two syllables with the accent on the first. The malfunction causes a rush of dopamine whenever these... Oh. Wait. It's also... So I feel like this is XKCD. There's always a relevant XKCD, but this XKCD feels like maybe we should, like, bring it back as the relevant XKCD for brain rot. Oh no. Oh man. That's an interesting one. Sorry. Yeah, if you just look up XKCD, oh. I just tried doubling the context window on the ones I know. It's still small. I read that higher than the model is trying for, it won't give good response. Interesting. Yeah, honestly, that XKCD is interesting because it's a concept I wasn't really aware of. Oh my gosh, that must have got deleted fast. Um, does this forgets the character and just starts acting like a plain old robot? Yeah, I I had been looking into that a while ago. Smart context is very interesting to me, but you have to have the type of alongside it. You have to have the type of context that also never changes. Every week. Oh my gosh! I was gonna say every week that I work on this, I feel like I end up forgetting some of the tools that I'm using. Like, I never figured out how to get slope to work. It just doesn't seem to work. Radius, slope, raise and lower, maybe? No, it just messes up, like, the start and end of the slope. Am I expected... Maybe I'm expected to repeatedly do it in small little areas? I don't know. See, like, it feels like it skips over areas. Like, it's only doing the start and end? I don't know. Was not there. It's not. Backend I've been using. I realized the backend I've been using implemented a better sampling system. It's actually a lot harder to get the model to give ridiculous responses. That is, like, again, that is part of why I end up going back to the conversation of AI Dungeon is just like the Clanky. Like, nothing will ever be sillier than Vinny playing for the first few times and just getting stuck in time loops. Honestly, the time loops are so funny. Like... I'm like, they get tiring after a while, so it's good that the technology is improved because there's only so many times such a thing could be funny, I think. But as far as just thinking back on it goes, it's so funny thinking about, like, Vinny desperately trying to get out of a room, and it just putting him back in the room. I'm also sorry if I'm not, like, doing much on the map right now. I am kind of, I wouldn't say at a loss, but, like, I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do with this terrain over here. It's supposed to be kind of mountainous, but not too much. Yeah, Lost Woods problem. Exits room, enters room again. To alleviate discomfort points left undisclosed now. Dang, I strive. Making helpful purpose very naturally could assist to help identify. Yeah, that's maybe where it gets a little bit much. I think that the thing that truly did make me enjoy the old models was the fact that they could speak with some level of sense, but they were still stupid. I don't know. How do you, like, replicate that? It's just an odd thought. So, I was trying to think if there was something notable I was going to change about this. See, I feel like off-stream I had thought, like, oh, I need to do this or that to this. I'm just trying to think what I can do. Like, what happens if I just, like, roughen it and then smooth it? Does this trick kind of work for what I'm looking for, or... Not sure. I don't know what I want. It said a good system prompt instructed to stupid in a specific way. I also wonder how much the system prompts influenced a lot of, like, what made some of those old ones decent. Like, maybe they had pretty good prompts for starting storytelling. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to, like, because I know those sites went through, maybe this was part of it, yeah. Because I remember those sites did go through a couple, like, odd stages where, like, they tried to, like, change the format of what, like, the introductions were like, so you could have, like, more than just, like, fantasy adventures and stuff, and maybe the new prompts were just not very good. I don't know what to do with these mountains, dude! Now, okay, actually, I just remembered a big part of the problem. Oh no! Oh, I just remembered what the actual... they tried to censor the model so that it wouldn't say not safe for work stuff. And they got rid of its ability to say anything decent. Like, it just couldn't tell stories because it was just too, like, scared to do anything, I guess. Oh... Plus, I think a lot of people were just scared away when they tried monetizing the site, which I think that's like the two, like, the two-punch, the two-punch issue was, yeah, they monetized it, but because they wanted to make money, they also had to make sure it wasn't, like, evil. Yeah, I think I remember talking about this a while ago, that if you want, actual, like, good adventure stuff, you just have to get an uncensored model and then prompt it to never do anything not safe for work. Like, negative prompts are very important when working with AI stuff. It's very goofy, but it does the job, from what I remember. Oops, that's air. Does it? Huh. I don't remember that being an issue. But I also haven't messed with these things as much recently. Yeah, it might also depend on the wording. I don't know. I can't remember. I mean, maybe I was just like when I was messing with these things a little bit, maybe I was just lucky that like I was being careful with it, but like by adding that kind of stuff, but then like I don't know, it didn't pink elephants. So, I don't know. Maybe I was overcompensating. But it's also been ages. Yeah, like, it probably does vary a lot by wording like that. Like, and I'm assuming this is the kind of prompts that a lot of the sites that did story stuff used. If you're trying to do, like, adventure stuff, I remember, like, you're basically, like, describing the narrator as almost like a character telling a story, and the way that character would narrate a story. Also, me messing with any of this was incredibly limited, if I'm being honest. Because, me trying out local model stuff ages ago was on this computer, and I did not want to destroy my GPU for prompts that took, like, minutes. It was not exactly worth playing with. On this computer. I don't think I have it anymore either, just because, I'm like, looking at how limited my file space is, and even, like, the small models that can just barely run on this computer are huge. What is it? A GeForce 750 Ti? The fact that I even found something that could run on this at all. Luckily, once, you know, if we can get this whole moving thing done, part of the goofiness of everything is that, I figured instead of trying to buy a PC now and transport it over to where gold lives, I just had, like, him get it. And so there's a better PC waiting for me. Going backwards from what I usually do. The limiting factor to be able to run models. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh. I think I remember what it was. I think I was using one of those. There's not like too many like these. But because my CPU is a bit better, I think I was messing with a CPU like model. People don't usually do that very much. They're not very good. They're just like, if you just straight up can't but really want to mess with one. Like, yeah. Yeah, so it wasn't very good, but it was one of the CPU ones. I think even the CPU ones still use your GPU though, or I don't really remember what was going on there. Because I think VRAM was still a limitation. I don't have very much VRAM. Again, I think what I was experimenting with, part of my thing was it had AI dungeon vibes to it because I had to run such a poor model. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that new GPUs don't have like I still hear of GPUs with only like some still come out with like 8 gigabytes and other 12. Obviously the ones made for AI would be much more, but like I've got 2 gigabytes of VRAM. And that's like nothing in modern day, but I'm surprised that unlike other things, it doesn't feel that much less. It's not like how I went from 8 gigabytes of RAM to 32, and 32 is still like, you know, not like crazy compared to what people tend to get these days. Within a smaller space. The max is still 24, other than the non-existent 10. Yeah, that's insane. Aside from the super high-end server GPUs. Yeah, like, considering, like, with regular RAM, you know, again, I said, like, upgrading from 8 to 32, but we're, like, 256 gigabytes is like really not unheard of for somebody to be able to upgrade their RAM to these days. So for the GPU RAM to not be that much higher, it makes me wonder what about the GPU structure like makes that so much harder, I guess, to add more RAM. I don't know. It just seems weird. Artificially limiting it, you think? Oh boy. Corporations. Yummy. I guess that makes sense. That it's just, I guess, are the competitors, I know, you know, I've been hearing more people switching to AMD. The only reason I'm getting another NVIDIA for the next computer at this point is kind of just because the one that I got was decent in my price range. But I'm surprised that this isn't something where the competitors are like pushing for, but oh, the best server GPU right now has 80 gigabytes of VRAM. Woohoo! Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, man. Crazy. Crazy. Thinking I made this river too wide. Yeah, I made this river way too wide. Because it's supposed to kind of like, I think it's supposed to like, it should be like thinned out here. This music really just makes me sleepy. This specific track, that is. Which one was the one I got? I don't think I got like an amazing one because I made it. I still was getting a budget PC, like my entire PC build. What was it like? It was under $800 for the entire PC, so I'm still going with like budget builds. Oh, I got a 3060. Okay. Yeah, like it in the long run, it'll probably be nothing like insane of a PC. I knew it was it was a 30 something, but I couldn't remember how low the number was. That's like that's one of the unfortunate sort of discouraging things being somebody that can't really afford something more expensive is all the like yeah, the best bang for your buck kind of stuff is like, and people are like, oh, don't bother unless you get this one or this one. And then it's just like, that's my entire budget. I can only do a couple $100. Yeah, I forget what price it was when we got it, but it sounds about around there. Yeah, considering I have a 750 Ti. By the way, I had originally just had a 750, but my brother. See, the thing is, me and my brother bought our PCs around the same time, like 10 to 12 years ago now. I can't remember. It's like 10 years ago. So yeah, this computer is like 10 years old now. It's still doing fine. I mean, I'm streaming this kind of thing. I know how to get the most out of it. Though it's probably borderline ready to die. So anything's gonna be like decent. But so the funny thing is my brother and me got our computers around the same time. But he ended up getting a TI where I just got the 750. So when he got a 10, I think he has a 1070 now. He got that a couple years ago. Which that'll probably still do him well for a bit. Judging by how the 1000 series just kind of, like, a lot of people are on their 1080s and do not feel a need to upgrade kind of issue. Yeah, so, gosh, I wonder what model I was trying to run on this. 2B. I mean, I don't know. The way those get a little exponential. I don't know. I mean, for all I know, I can't remember whether, like, 7 is, like, reasonable to run. I don't know how these scale anymore. Oops. That was way too deep. It probably was like a 2 or 4B or something stupid. Oh gosh. Maybe it was. I don't know. I don't know what it was. This music is just silent, by the way. There we go. But yeah, I do know. See, a thing I'm kind of curious about was discussion I had seen before about there being kind of a specific curve of like the models are almost like required to scale up. Like they can't figure out how to optimize them without throwing more power at it. Was the issue that I think I last heard about some of this. like, there's certain optimizations, but, like, if they want to get more, like, accuracy or speed out of it, I'm really curious to look into what sort of updates on whatever it was that I heard a while back. I wish I wasn't, like, gosh. Could we have, like, become maybe a Star Trek type civilization before figuring out AI or something? Because I want to be able to enjoy... I really want to be able to enjoy AI stuff without the sense of impending doom recently. Oh, man. I really like this stuff, but oh man. Oh, sorry, that reminds me, one of those further reasons people need to stop using Twitter that I saw pop up. Saw it like reposted by a animator I follow on Blue Sky. Apparently artists have now like under their posts, Twitter has been quote unquote mistakenly, you know, on purpose to annoy you. I mean, what? Labeling their art as having been made by Grok, the stupid AI that is on Twitter, like service that Twitter offers. And underneath image posts is a like remix with Grok button. Like people can like AI like steal your art right there under your own posts. It's like, oh, image to image, really? You're just gonna do that to people? It's so mean. It's definitely the kind of uncaring corporate way of doing things that I come to expect. I feel like I made this a lot wider again by accident. That actually reminds me of one other random thing from this week was my brother experienced the cartoon manager situation. Where his manager saw from another department a like a what is it, a floor stocking plan or whatever, like kind of a spreadsheet, a really nice spreadsheet that he liked, and so he's like, we should use this, and Dan Dan shows him that that other department had gotten the idea from him. He had already been using it, or he was the one who made it to begin with. And so it's kind of silly. What? Oh, wait, the game. Okay. Sure, bot. Whatever you say. But okay, so yeah, he had he ended up being the one that had made the spreadsheet. And so he presents like the version he had already been using to his manager. But then later his manager comes up and presents him a modified version of it. That was like terrible. It was clearly a case of I find your work good, but I'm the manager, so I have to do it like, you know, myself to get the credit. Basically. You know, I can't just take that from an employee. Gotta modify it a little bit, because that was the thing that annoyed Dan a little bit. Was it was was worse than the one he'd been using, so he doesn't want to use it. I think this might be a new manager too, so. But it is the trope, the most trope thing a manager can do. Is to be like, you know, gotta get the claim the work for himself kind of thing. Wait, cancel. Not what I wanted. Wrong brush. Anyway, yeah. That sometimes feels a little bit like how some people use AI. Like, I guess that maybe this is why a lot of people find AI in the workplace kind of frustrating as a new concept, because it enables the middle managers. It like, personality-wise. I've just kind of been mucking about the entire stream. I don't feel like I've made good progress on this. I do need to figure out what's going on in this, like, corner. It's like, I guess I kind of figured before that, like, this would be one of those sorts of areas where, the river got kind of stuck and kind of, like, swirled around. Could add, like, another rock in the middle to make it, like, extra interesting. I kind of need it to, like, be more natural. This whole area needs so much work. I get stuck working on mountains for like 500 years at a time in this project. This music always had like a really weird thing where it just that. In questions to 3-bit or 2-bit, but the performance is pretty much destroyed at 2-bit, so I don't recommend it. It's actually not too bad. Interesting. 4-bit, 14-4-bit will always be better. Sorry, I'm going back through some of the stuff earlier. Yeah, don't use a 2-bit AI. That's actually pretty funny. If I just use, yeah, I can make like flat lands by just kind of using disks repeatedly. I want to go back through. That is just, sorry, that is just interesting. I mean, I guess it is interesting to me that essentially it can utilize kind of almost feels more similar to image compression, but for text. I don't know, this kind of stuff flies over my head a lot. These elements of it, for sure. They're just... very data science-y in a way that's... Like, I've been thinking more and more recently... Awkwardly, I guess I probably have a higher understanding of statistic and, like, data analysis stuff than the average person, but that just means the average person isn't very good at it. It's like, the people that actually understand these things is like the 1% of the 1% in terms of knowledge. And I guess part of me strives to maybe, I don't know, work on myself to one day be in that 1% instead of maybe the top 20%. I don't know. And I don't really know much, but I guess knowing anything at all is the baseline here. Holy moly. This actually comes up because there was a... Not data science with this kind of computer science, but more statistics and statistical analysis for, like, trends. And it's one of those things where I really want to get myself to a point where I can look at something that somebody is presenting as data, where it's just like, to me, I look at it and I can be like, well, that looks suspicious. That seems odd. But I'm not at the level of knowledge where I can look at something like that and go, that is suspicious, or that is odd. And I guess it's the same thing here, where the equivalent for this sort of conversation is me being like, kind of in a state of, I guess I understand how that is useful, or sort of understand how that could be more efficient, but I don't, like, really understand it. These days, it does feel like pretty much all of technology is very heavily in the smart cow problem situation. Yeah, I mean, considering what you've talked about in the past and all the number theory stuff you do and just everything, it's like, I definitely... like, I try, man, but, oh, man, I, like, part of me sometimes just sort of nods and hopes I absorb what I'm reading a week later when it finally hits me. I mean, that's sort of the ideal thing. Anybody that thinks they know enough about anything is just setting themselves up to not know enough. So, always feeling like there's more to learn is a blessing in its own right. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take a break from working on these mountains. I'm going to go back on this side. Brackets hooked up to the power supply. Now I literally just have to plug in the rest of the cables and then install the OSs. Aha! Setting up more of the computer. I do find it a little awkward that I kind of got you building the PC, I guess, more than, like, just buying it, but I guess you do want to make sure everything works right. I haven't been sorting files lately, actually, I just remembered. Again, each day I have 5 tasks, but my level of energy feels like pick 2. I really gotta work on that. If you believe yourself to know everything about something, that's how we get into our current situation. With our government. where the guy essentially hacking all of our government systems believe, like, or some of the guys involved were acting like our systems have people that are receiving Social Security who are 150 years old because what was that stupid thing we were talking about earlier called? What was it? COBOL? And not understanding how the dates on that work. Oh, that whole thing. Oh man. I still can't get over the quote. The government doesn't use SQL. That's the acronym, right? It's like, and then all the government people, or people that work in the government or in government databases, it's like the government uses SQL. If he doesn't think it does. Oh yeah, sequel. I was trying to remember, like, I knew there was something goofy like that with it. I don't blame it for not using COBOL. I blame people for pretending that they do. Right. Squirrel! Oh my gosh, I don't think I brought up on stream. So, PNG, this is really dumb. You've got Unix, or new's not Unix. And I didn't realize PNG as portable network graphic was originally actually PNG's not GIF. Like, unofficially, originally, but apparently that's how that story goes. All of these nerds, back when all of these graphics things were being invented, they loved their recursive acronyms. GNU's not Unix. GNU's not Unix. GNU's not Unix. PNG's... It was also originally Ping, apparently. But yeah, I will always love some of the debate and silliness with the namings of some of these. Music seems a little extreme for, like, chill wave stuff. Is this, like, credits music? Dear goodness. Am I dying? Speaking of which, don't you hate when you get, like... It's like, if you get a certain muscle... Bot, why are you acting like this? We're not dying unless... Here, let me play my End of the World playlist that I totally actually have, sorry. Now, don't you hate when you get... There's a specific way you can, like, get a pinched muscle in your shoulder blade that makes you feel like you're having a heart attack. Not like really, because you can kind of notice if you, like, shift over, it goes away. And luckily for me, I'm not the type of person that begins getting panic attacks over stuff like that. But I had one of those wake-ups in the morning where I'm just like, well, this is it. It's like, oh my gosh. Muscles, please. I unfortunately know a couple people. I'm keeping the PC, I'm sorry. Right? So, I need to get the moving stuff complete so you and Dan can share the house and be happy just in case. I mean, what? Also, I mentioned my shoulder pain, and it came back, but it's in my back now, so that's good. I mean, what? You really can't, like, mention soreness without the body being like, what was that? You want to be sore? Okay, bro. You asked for it. I did not actually ask for it. No, sir. Phantom pain somewhere, and I've narrowed it down to pinched nerves somewhere. In my opinion, one of the worst things about that, like, trying to narrow down, like, pinched nerves and stuff, is, the reality of how many, like, instances of, like, carpal tunnel type pain actually starts, in your elbow or upper arm. The misfiring of our nerves is such a stupid thing. But luckily that means putting my elbow on a pillow has prevented me from getting carpal tunnel anymore. Or carpal tunnel, symptoms, I should say. I actually find carpal tunnel, like, syndrome in general, like, the weird issue that we're, like, pinching nerves repeatedly, and then our solution ends up just being to just, like, permanently modify our body to just not feel that anymore, kinda. I mean, sort of, but it's a little different, but it's like, huh. I mean, if it won't go away with any therapy, fair enough, but that's awkward. Modern problems, modern solutions. Had the same pain. I figured mine's somewhere between those locations. Yeah. Unfortunately, with certain ones, it's hard to figure out, okay, how do I stop this? Sometimes it's something as simple as getting a new pillow. Just keep adding pillows. Humans weren't meant to sit in chairs for 9 hours a day. Actually, on this weird topic, I had a weird thought the other day while I was working in the yard and doing like 5 tasks at once. I think I've brought up concepts like this before, but I think to myself more and more how certain things like, you know, autism and everything, I just wonder if, like, how much these sorts of, I guess you would call them neural variants or whatever. I wonder how much these things weren't, like, a big deal years ago. Because, like, I guess I just think to myself, the most efficient way for me to work on the yard would be considered very, like, ADHD in certain ways. But at the same time, that's sort of like, oh, I'm working on this task, but I see this task and it's nearby, so I'm going to work on that now, and then I eventually get back to the original task. I guess part of my, like, weird thought with it is the oddity that, it's efficient, but it's very all over the place. And I guess, like, part of me is like, is this just, like, is this sort of distracted nature just, like, kind of something that was, like, normal and just, like, you know, you'd have a farmhand just doing all kinds of different things throughout the yard and they were just good at it, even if it was very, like, spotty and all over the place. And so, I guess it's one of those weird things I think to myself is just, like, how many of these things that we don't consider to be quote-unquote neurotypical really are just, like, functionally, like, they didn't interrupt anything back in the day. You wouldn't have really noticed, but they're just incompatible with like modern society or something. Um, I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of these kinds of things that, depending on like the physical work you're doing, they really don't interrupt anything. But if you're doing sit down like desk work, they're super interruptive. You know, not exactly good for sitting still in school or sitting still in an office kind of stuff. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It was just a weird thought I was having. Because like I wonder with like things like attention deficit type issues, for instance. Oh, hello. Um, you're kind of just you see something, you do something. Um, and so unfortunately, like with modern society and things like distractions and everything else that we've sort of added, it was the end of that. Um, we just click this. Why not? Um, we have a lot of things where you can just see and do that are indeed like more distracting. Is the problem people or our environments? Now, obviously, I'm talking the more mild cases, however. Obviously, I know, you know, not everything's mild, and some things become very detrimental, but I feel like those are notably less common. Like, I guess it's also maybe you could relate it to the differences between, oh crud, what's the term? Like, the different levels of OCD. It's like, you can't really, you know, obviously you can't really argue that, higher levels of that are non-disruptive, unfortunately. It's very bothering for the person with it. Like, I guess when I say that, I mean, like, even if it was, like, in a sort of different society setup, it would still cause problems. But then also mild cases. I don't know. I don't know, I've just been thinking more and more about the sheer oddity of, how does society, like, I don't know, society has, like, a sort of living contradiction, I feel, of the, between the sense of everyone is unique, and our uniqueness is normal, and every little thing makes you non-typical. Like, are we sure? Are we sure neurotypical was a good term? Or a good idea? Is this already, like, outdated for people? Am I behind on the times on the fact that people use these terms? Do they not use these terms anymore? Have people finally realized there's no such thing as neurotypical? Neurotypical just means office worker. There's a part of me that feels like the oddity that it's like there's like 16 of those, if I recall, right? Where it feels like, in a strange kind of way, the existence of it both feels like too many, but also at the point where you can divide it into that many things, too few. If that makes any sense. Oh, I forgot how slow this actually is. Oh! To represent, oh gosh, all of humanity. See, I think the thing that gets kind of interesting with this kind of stuff is it reminds me of, in, like, the medical field, there's actually a distinct problem where, in medical study, it's, like, if you, like, especially in the United States specifically, I should say, if you are a white male, the data is probably more accurate to you. But if you're like a woman or any other like racial background or whatever else, the inaccuracies begin piling up rapidly. Heck, if you aren't within like a specific height range and whatnot, it's not even going to be entirely accurate sometimes medically. And just the more you realize how differently people think in other countries due to years and years of cultural differences, the more it really makes you call into question the idea that somebody could split humanity up into just 16 personality types. The question is, can we split AI models into 16 types? And then, can we quantify them down to 4? I've still got that cough. No! Oh, man. That's it. I've used up all of my jokes for the day. All in that one. Oh, man. I'm sorry. I don't know if it's just because I coughed a bit there, but I got like tears in my eyes. Oh, or that's the onion coming back from my breakfast. Oh my gosh. I just can't. Well, if you didn't want me to talk about pink elephants, you shouldn't have brought the pink elephants back up. Sorry, no, I'm really not sure if I can, like, fully define my eating habits as, like, is this dinner, is this breakfast? It's just the 2 meals of the day right now. By the way, I'm officially back below 170 pounds. The diet is working. Where did the pink elephant come from? Wait. Oh gosh, how far back was that conversation? Was that the term, or am I dumb? Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Holy moly, how much did we talk today? Where was this? Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, yeah, it was pink elephants. Sorry, no, Gold saying I want no further details about eating onions for breakfast. Well, now I'm gonna talk about breakfast. That's the pink elephant in the room. But no, yeah, I just had, like... Does anybody else... Well, okay, I've got 2 people here to sample from, but I feel like other people have to have, like, the sort of go-to way of eating leftovers. Like, in my case, we tend to have corn chips. So I pretty much make, like, leftovers nachos, essentially, where it's just like, well, I had some beans and some sauces and stuff like that. But I also had, like, not half an onion, like a quarter of an onion left. But I keep doing that where it's just like, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll eat onion in this, but it's not like a full salad, like a nacho salad kind of thing. Or yeah, taco salad, whatever you want to call it. And so it's just like almost sometimes like too oniony when I do that. And then my body's like, yep, you are onions now. Let's hope that wasn't the bot responding to our sense of humor. Just gotta make these areas just a little less chaotic. Especially over here. Over here's a bit much. I don't know if I could just, like, smooth it to death. See, I really need something that, like... So when I go to smooth like this, with this tool, I need something that I can, like... really easily... I mean, I could do flatten up, for instance. But I need something that's just like a smooth tool that does it on like multiple layers instead of just one. Like... What's the... Wait, can I change... So what does changing the Y limit do? I'm not sure. All these tools are so weird. What do you mean I have to think and I can't just make what I want? I mean, what? It's too bad. So there's Minecraft, like, AIs that have been, like, trained on how to play the game. Kind of fancy stuff. But people have done experiments. Well, specifically, I know one channel has, and then a bunch of channels have pretty much, like, clickbaited his, his stuff. But he's done experiments with prompting AI, like, language models to give commands to the in-game bots. It's very interesting, the kinds of, like how much it can, like, get the bots to, like, move and build and stuff. But it's too bad it likely doesn't have the training to use large-scale tools like this. This might be outside of the scope of what it's sort of been built to do. I would love to see something other than buildings, just like buildings, because I don't know, they can make like little skyscrapers and stuff, which is actually quite impressive. So if I use roughen on this, this was kind of a method I used before. Does this kind of do what I want? Whoa. Okay, interesting. Whoa, that's too much. So, yeah, if I, like, roughen this hill and then re-smooth it. Sure. Might sort of work. Okay, that might be a bit much. Sort of. It kind of works. I just have to, like, double smooth it, though. Gosh. Sorry. Just remembering the other tools I was using. It doesn't quite do what I want. I just imaged this hill into a different shape. I mean, I guess I kind of, used diffusion. In a weird kind of way. But, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, I gotta look for tools, maybe, that are better at, trees and stuff? I do not like the tool I was using before. It took way too much cleanup. Because the World Edit tree tool is pretty good. The fatal flaw is that the trees will plant on top of trees. Which is a nightmare. Maybe while I'm thinking of it, before I forget again, I should just look it up. Yeah, one second. Okay. Minecraft tree brush? See, there's tutorials. There's tutorials on how to make trees. I just want default Minecraft trees. Well, that's interesting. World Painter. Minecraft World Painter. What is this one? Oh. Oh. I mean, this kind of tool is probably better than what I'm doing by doing it in-game. This is more of like a height map tool, it looks like, maybe? I'm not sure. But I guess that makes sense that you can paint trees on this. Sometimes I always wonder if I'm using the slow way of doing things. I find a better tool, and then I find a better tool, and then I find a better tool. That was a weird noise.
Hello, so in this video I'm going to be doing a quick tutorial on how to make custom forests and world edit on custom trees that you make or you can find online.
Thank you, Snowcole MC.
The idea is you don't want to be sitting here with each tree and doing // paste over and over again. With this method you can use
I guess we're just using paste brushes.
And it'll paste them everywhere.
Hmm.
Two things you have to do first. So the first thing you have to do is get your trees. You can either make them yourself or you can find them online. If it's a schematic, you can just do // schem load and then the name of it, and that'll load it, and then do // paste, and that'll paste it into your world. I've already done that and it takes a while, so I'm not going to do it again. This one's kind of messed up because I pasted it in 1.16, which I think causes error, but I don't need all the trees in it. This one will be linked in the description that I used. So the next thing you'll have to do is in order to get you'll be using a brush in order to
Why do I feel like the music in this is just like I'm just overstimulating the stream, and then I'm like talking over it. Okay, get some schematics.
Next thing you want to do is get a wand, so that'll let you copy and paste the block.
So I guess we're just using the paste brush.
So say I want to copy this tree, I just select an area, and then I do // copy -M, which sets a mask, and then you want to do not white wool, and that way, this way, these white wool blocks are not copied because you don't.
Well, I guess that I wasn't using the mask thing when I was doing that, so that's good to keep in mind.
And then -A removes makes it so it doesn't it ignores air blocks, and -O makes it so it pastes it right where you click. Otherwise, it'll paste it in the ground. You don't want that. And also, when you copy, you want to be standing right at the trunk. Otherwise, it'll paste the tree kind of far away from where you click.
So I got to do the tree. It's still like individual trees.
The problem with this is you're only doing one tree at a time, and the trees are all in the same direction. Of course, you don't want that. So
Okay, wait. There's.
Rotate 90. That'll rotate your clipboard 90. You want to get another tool, and just use 2 more swords.
Oh, you have to do a bunch of different individual swords. Oh, this isn't ideal. I mean,
like that. This sword will paste like that. I guess I didn't set this one, the gold one, but so this one should. Yep, now it'll paste like this.
I mean, that's cool, but.
As you can see, also, say I want this tree now. I can set this position. Go get, say, an axe, and slash. You want to do the exact same command. First, you want to copy.
I wish I could copy a bunch of them at once.
And then you're gonna set the brush. Now the axe will be doing this pine tree, spruce tree, and these will be doing these trees. So you do this enough times, and say you fill up your entire hotbar with tools. You can now.
That's not ideal.
And as you can see, this goes a lot faster than sitting there and doing // paste over again. And
I.
that, you just undo it. And yeah.
I mean, it might be better than the brush I was using before, but it still has the same problem. Like, maybe I could use a brush mask or something to go through the trees. That can't be the best way we have to do this, can it? I'm gonna have to do more research after the stream. RIP. Is there, like, okay, so... Let me see here. For this one... Is there not a, noise painter? Gradient painter? Am I, like, forgetting a tool? What about, what's stamp? What is stamp? Melt, stamp, shape. I'm really, really just trying to think. Oh, interesting. Meta balls. I love meta balls. I'm not sure, like, I'm assuming perhaps you all are familiar with these. They're a neat little computery thing. Um, it's just like a field that kind of like schmooshes into things. Okay, so biome painter, extrude, like, would I have to use, isn't there like a script brush or something? Script brush. Terrain planes. Oh, interesting. Does this do what I think it does? Okay, so there's some presets. Oops. In Script Brush that might actually solve, like, something I was looking for. I need a taller cliff. Yeah, it does do what I think it is. Okay. So I can get, like, the Minecraft... What was that? Oh, that was the, yeah, so I can get the Minecraft... grass, like, thickness with the dirt and everything. Oh, no. Oh, I might be able to learn how to do this, but, interesting. Heart? Valentine's Day! That's funny. Flowers. Oh, that's single click. Okay, interesting. Can I do something kind of goofy and... Wait, so I can... Okay. Can I increase the list of, Huh. So if I, like, pick a tall flower, this will work as well, right? Where's a tall flower? Like, ah. Oh, yeah, it does! Look at that! Whee. Huh. I do remember the flowers in the, world edit are pretty good. Oh gosh, yet another reason I need to learn Lua scripting. I just realized that's what this is. I mean, not much to learn, probably. Just a couple little things, like the fact that it doesn't use brackets and uses end? Weird. Can I set multiple blocks, though? Local block equals block. Yeah, it comes up just because it's one of those things that you can kind of just, like, edit on the fly. So this would only let me do, like, one at a time with this one. grass, I'm assuming. Yeah, grass is kind of the same thing. Neat. I do find it neat that you can kind of do a mix of things here. So, like, I could do ferns in tall grass. Okay. Neat. So this is some of the settings that I was kind of looking for. Oh, you can clear foliage. Neat. Leafy bushes? Oh, hey, these things. I was actually struggling to make a good brush for these in the other thing. I like me some leafy bushes. I do like how it lets me also set my block pattern here, because then I don't know, like if I wanted to use that instead, which might like look good mixed in with like farmland or something. Actually, one second. I'm gonna do something stupid. Farmland. I wasn't able to make this look good previously when I tried this. And then if I go over to grass, wheat. Oh. Wait. Wheat? Oh, I guess it just looks like that. Yeah, sure. 100% grassiness. So this would be a pretty fast way of doing farms, I guess. Of course, 100% grassiness is not 100% grass. So, clear foliage. Murder it all! None shall last. Okay. Well, this is useful. The fact that I can redo this later... Whoops. Okay. I want to keep that in mind. The fact that I can redo this later... At least I can get kind of like a preview of what this area might look like. See, I was kind of holding off because I thought I would have to do a bunch of work if I started messing with this. I don't really want to work in just a pure stone nightmare land. A pure stone nightmare and dreamland. Oh right, I forgot that there's tool masks. Not block wool. Or oops. Can I? Okay, I think I can only put one block. Oh, I got rid of the... Ah! So not... Oh, wait, wait. Okay. Makes sense. Is that oak wood? Oops. No, it was not. Hey. There we go. Papa! Tool masks. Very powerful. But why must you make me consider my loneliness? I mean, what? Oh. I realized a kind of silly thing, actually. Sorry. The heart a moment ago... I meant to mention this a moment ago when I was thinking about it. I had some, like, thoughts about Valentine's Day, and one of the thoughts for me has always been, what do you mean it's in mid-February? To my brain, it does not seem like a mid-February holiday. And I think I realized part of why is, like, part of the thing with Valentine's Day is, like, you get, like, people, like, things like flowers and stuff, but, like, are there, like, flowers growing? Like, I guess down south? It feels like a spring holiday, but like as it stands, it's just like, I don't know, there's not the spring flowers that I feel like you would need. Like, yeah, I don't know. It just seems like a holiday that would only apply to like certain areas, I guess. Which, I mean, fair enough. Also, I had a silly thought the other day about how those that are bitter about Valentine's Day oftentimes direct their bitterness towards people happily enjoying Valentine's Day. You know, the non-singles. No, people in relationships and whatnot. And so, like, an odd thought I had... My computer froze for a split second. An odd thought I had about it is, the misdirection of, the bitterness people have needs to be directed at corporations, because I wouldn't even remember... I wouldn't even remember Valentine's Day as this time of year if it wasn't for a bunch of companies trying to make money off of it. Seems a lot nicer with this. It's a little goofy when I think about just how much every holiday suffers from consumerism. All about greeting card companies. Selling greeting cards. His specific term for is a little ruder than that, but I remember even as a kid in elementary school, they would do Valentine's Day stuff. And you know, to a kid, you know, sometimes it can be kind of nice. Because, you know, you get candy. It's another candy holiday as a child. That's the propaganda. I mean, what? The thing is, like, they would have it so that you were supposed to make cards for everybody as like a friends thing. Which, again, when you think about, like, a classroom of, like... a classroom of, like, 20 children or whatever. each making like 20 cards or something. Because it's just like, oh, make it for your whole class kind of stuff tends to be pushed. You really start getting into the, huh. That's a lot of cards for the card companies. This music's getting a little wacky. Now, of course, maybe this is where, when I was younger and less mature, maybe this is where some of my childhood bitterness for the holiday, or teenage bitterness for the holiday, because I've gotten over it for a while now, but oh my gosh, I need a drink. Ugh. But yeah, my teenage bitterness. My goodness, can I please? Ah, noise painter is what I need, right? Sorry. Man, I feel like all my tools are like snapping all over the place. I think my bitterness probably started in elementary school because I was that kid who would make cards for everybody in class, and then not get one. Oh no. Or only get a small handful. I know one or two kids that see, that I was always like the weird kid where just every time somebody would give me time of day, it was like some or another reasoning of feeling bad for me, and that just makes it kind of worse. Elementary school was a weird time. You're all just barely sentient and somehow already jaded and bitter. Right? But, yeah, weird times. But yeah, the card companies win when the children are making cards. I don't like the noise. I want like a brush. All I want is painter. But like on the edges, because noise brush. One second. No. Oh, get rid of that. See, noise brush is just like painting noise. This is where maybe World Edit has something that this is missing. Unless gradient painter is what I'm... Oh, wait, no, that's... Huh. Weird. No, script brush, I'm assuming, doesn't have, like, a... Yeah. Not really. Wow, that's a lot of different meta balls. I used to just call these meatballs. Like, what's the meatball brush? In, like, Blender when I first found it. Hmm. 3D mode? I guess yeah, that's 3D noise. Surface. That'll get it into the ground. Hmm. I don't know. I don't think there's a way to set it so it just does noise on the edges of your brush. Because, like, okay, if I go into here and... Wait, what's the command for it? Oh, no. Oh, wait, wand? Wait. Am I stupid? Do I not have that installed or something? Hello? Are they not compatible with each other? I mean, I have position 1 and 2, but that might be related to the other one. Hello? I don't have World Edit installed. That's weird. I actually don't know what to do. Apparently, I mean, I can come back and do some of this detail work with it. I like having like a little noise on the end of the edges of the path, and not too happy with this. Also, all these paths and roads are going to be like really big. If I'm not careful, I really need to actually size them manually. Good. Ugh. You need to also imagine the spinning noise, or whatever it is when you've got the one badge equipped. Part of me isn't sure. Part of me isn't sure why I still have this wool here. Trauma. Should I ask? I always forget you can't preview when you're using air. Every time I use the spin, well... Oh! That's, are we sure that's trauma, though? Or nostalgia? Is there a difference? Part of me wants to say good point. Another part of me wants to say how dare you? Which part of me do I listen to? I'm gonna listen to the part of me that still wants more pineapple pizza. Oh my. Man, I am not gonna lie though. There actually is just like a whole vibe with ham and pineapple pizza where when you're like somebody that does enjoy it and you're in the mood for it, I don't know, man. At least for me, it's that kind of thing where I don't eat it very often, but then like I eat some and I eat the pizza and I'm like, this wasn't enough pizza. I want more slices of pineapple pizza. We made a kind of odd one. Not just pineapple ham, but pineapple spam. Yeah, I'll never quite figure out what's the taste profile thing. For some people that makes it this weird. I don't even think it's a 50-50 split. Unfortunately, I think at this point those that like it may be in the minority. Yeah, I'll never fully understand what the problem is. Granted, I'm finding out more and more that a lot of people are actually just straight up picky eaters. It's not like just like, oh, you have like one or two friends that's like that. The more you know people, the more you realize the majority of people, like if you're like not a picky eater, you slowly start realizing those around you are like all way pickier than you. um I don't know if it's like a food scarcity thing too, because I think part of what made me realize, like, learn not to be as picky with food is difficulties in the past. um, I feel like it also is what shaped like the weird difference where I'm one of the people that will scrape every ounce of material off of a plate, not a single bit of waste. But I definitely get an odd craving for the pineapple pizza. It's just interesting because it really only goes, at least in my opinion, it goes like really well with the classic. Yeah, like you've got ham, Canadian bacon. Yeah, I think sausage is fine. Like anything pork related. Like again, now there's a question as to what spam exactly is. I could look at the can and get an exact answer of that, but I feel like I associate spam with being pretty much pork. I don't know if it's like a pork beef mix or what. But yeah, I've still got like I don't really like celery even even after being so unpicky about everything else. There's still a handful that I am not the biggest fan of. Though I think there's also a part of me that convinces myself to become less picky over time and give everything a decent chance. But yeah, we made that pineapple and spam pizza, and I am definitely in a state of more, please. Though, like the awkward part is Dan wants to make like you know like cake rolls where it's like the cake that's been like rolled up, like a Swiss roll kind of thing. Dan wants to make like a pizza version of that. And so I feel like the pineapple and the ham in my brain, it makes the most sense to be on top of a traditionally baked pizza. Like you almost need it to like I don't know, get just a little crispy. Whereas you can kind of cook pepperonis inside extreme calzone. You can kind of cook some pizzas or some things like pepperoni inside the meat, and even if it doesn't get that lovely crispiness to it, it's still good. So the awkward thing is the next pizza we're probably gonna make, or Dan, I should say. Dan's been the one making the pizzas lately, and he's gotten so good at making pizza, dude. I really need to get off my butt and cook more. He's beating me in the pizza department. But the secret was he was always beating me. I just made one or two especially good pizzas, and then never could replicate my success. I mean, what? Hello, Updog. But, oh, there's, hey, bot. You know, what's on your mind, bot? Okay, come on, bot. You can say something else other than that. What's really on your mind? What? What? Holy moly! But behave yourself. Ah! Why is it like this? This is why. This is why I'm not giving it a language model. It's great as is. We need nothing more. But do you think you would be better if you were part language model? Oh, well, okay then. Oh. Okay, are you gonna behave now, bot? Fair enough. I give you a second chance, but you've decided what you want to do. Anyway, what was I talking about? The bizarre calzone-esque thing. And specifically how I want another pineapple pizza, but I don't think it would be good in the calzone pizza. We have spare pineapple. Like, should I make like a mini pizza to get my fix? I don't think we have enough of the spam to make a second entire pizza with it. So, like, I don't know what to do. I ate a couple pieces of pineapple with my chips this morning, and I guess pineapple with nachos isn't very good in my opinion. But just something about pineapple pizza. But, what was I gonna add? Oh, I was gonna mention, so the thing that's interesting to me... Wow. Bot, how did you know what music was playing a moment ago? I'm scared. Are we sure this thing ain't sentient? Bot? I need to know. Are you sentient? Okay. I'm scared. I'm scared. Ah! Gold, you know too much. It's going to eliminate you. Oh yeah, I was gonna mention now, some people definitely, especially like I've noticed like New Yorker types have like a very, I would almost say narrow view on what good pizza is. And I guess maybe if you're blessed with the greatest pepperoni cheese pizzas with some good basil and quality mozzarella, mozzarella, like, I guess you can get picky, but like, so one of the funny things, so Vinny does these videos occasionally where he goes through and like reviews sort of pizza, images of pizza, and I agree, most of the pizzas in these videos are what you would call like clown pizza. They're joke images, goofy joke images, but whoa. But sometimes you'll get like it'll bring up topics of like pizza in a way that just like, wow, that's very specific pizza opinions. It's not just Vinny, but he's like a recent example because he did another one of those recently. But I think the thing that's interesting to me is I really like chicken on pizza. New York style pizza is not a favorite for you. Interesting. I know you've got your own specific pickiness with food, so I mean, I don't really know how different a New York pizza actually would be considered to like the stuff that we made for you when you visited. Oops. That's weird. Oh, it did this thing. 1 second. Oh, wait, no. But, I mean, you did mention that you ended up liking the pepperonis more than you expected after thinking you didn't really like pepperonis. So, I don't know. I guess it can vary, because, like, New York style pizza can be a couple different things. It can be a pretty standard, like, just cheese and pepperoni. But yeah, they can have a couple things, like some pieces of tomato or full pieces of basil. I'm not sure how I feel about full pieces of basil. I love my basil on my pizza. That's like a core flavor of pizza is the basil, but I'm just not entirely sure how I feel about the like, why an entire piece of basil? Is it like, I guess it's more of a garnish than anything at that point. I put smaller pieces of basil. I cut them up a little bit and spread them around, and that's really good. But yeah, so it's interesting to me that, like, people can end up having opinions, like, I think Vinny mentioned that he he can like chicken on pizza, but he considers it like a novelty pizza thing to have. Like, I don't know, the comment in that video just almost took me off guard, where like for me chicken is like a regular topping for pizza. I mean, for me and Dan, one of our favorites is chicken barbecue pizza. But then I guess that's the sort of thing, is like, what can be normal for one person can be novelty for another, because I imagine for some people, the idea of barbecue pizza is probably like novelty. Yeah, chicken bacon ranch is another good one, in my opinion. Though that one's interesting because it very much can depend on the pizza a little bit. I feel like I'm not the biggest fan of ranch a lot of times. I think chicken bacon Alfredo I would prefer more than ranch a lot. Chicken Alfredo pizza just in general is pretty good. Why limit ourselves to just cheese and pepperoni? Pizza Ranch, eh? Is that like a local, just place you like, or a chain in the area? Okay, let me look up real quick. I have this open still. It's funny that it's called Pizza Ranch, considering how popular putting ranch on pizza is for people, and the probably unrelated name. Okay, yeah, there's one in each of the nearby cities, and there's like 2 in your area. One of these is an arcade from the looks of it. Are they all like arcade? Oh, it's a is this a pizza buffet arcade like type place? Because it says Old West American Buffet Chain. Okay, because like I know around here, it's just it's one of those things that I feel like it's so hard to justify going to a buffet more than once in a blue moon, like especially as I am dieting, trying to get back down to 150 pounds. Like, yeah, like, I mean, I can still, like, with things like calorie counting, I can still have the occasional, like, cheat day and survive. But, my family did have a bad habit for a bit there of being the type of family to regularly go to buffets. I think it's just like, yeah, the price and what you get is just, I mean, it's all essentially junk food, but it's kind of, especially, I guess, when you're not like the wealthiest family in the world, it's hard to beat. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's also like, it does help when you make it like the only, I mean, for me, if at a certain point, and maybe this is me as the thinnest family member talking as well. Actually, wait. Ooh. No, my dad actually might be more fit than me now. I mean, he's definitely more buff than me, so fair enough. My dad got, like, tough. Oh no, what have I done? I did food chat. I'm so sorry. Um, but, yeah, so, uh, I think at this point in my life, buffets are like the only meal of the day kind of things. Might have a light breakfast, but if I know there's like a buffet coming later in the day, it's just like, yep. We're essentially planning the entire day's meal around eating garbage. I almost wonder, do I want this one deeper, maybe? I think I could go one deeper. Does cover that up, but that's fine. Doesn't look neat, but... we have, like, yeah, a little spot there, maybe. We'll figure that out later. But, yeah, so... I haven't gone to a buffet possibly in years now. I'm really not sure. Maybe last year we went once. It went from, like, for my family and our bad eating habits, you know, once every... and this also, I guess, was a thing when we were more of a, you know, family. But I guess, like, me and Dan on our own have not really done it. Yeah, I've never, like, that was the thing. I guess we went with our parents mostly. Or like relatives, or it was just like go out to eat thing. And I guess one thing that gets difficult to justify it even with our parents is it's not easy for people that are like gluten free to go to buffets. So it feels awkward for me and Dan to just go on our own without feeling like we're not including Ruben. So I think there was just like a couple weird circumstantial like reasons that kind of led us to not go to buffets as often. It's kind of interesting to think about how that happened. But I do like buffets. Again, it is the junk food of restaurants. But it is fun. Especially, like, we usually would go to, like, Chinese buffets. A lot of, like, fried food and noodles and stuff. But, yeah. The only time I've gone to a pizza buffet in this region, I guess, I don't know if this is like a nationwide chain, but there's Cece's Pizza. I've been there like 2 or 3 times. But the fact, I guess that's the thing with any restaurant. The moment that, the moment that you immediately start on, I've only been there once or twice, is the moment you realize you really, yeah, haven't been there much. Also, like, okay, so here's a kind of silly thing for me, too. I also haven't really eaten just fried chicken in a while. Like, a lot of these sort of, like, takeout or just, like, places that you could go to get non-healthy but delicious food. Yeah, we really just kind of stopped going, didn't we? Probably for the best, if I'm being honest. The American eating habits are not especially great. Um, but I guess it's also the realization that a lot of these places we would go to, you know, when I think about like going to them regularly, I'm thinking like, okay, well, we had several birthdays in a year. They were oftentimes like birthday, um, like you go there for birthday, and we just haven't been celebrating birthdays as much. Maybe it's partially just the restaurants are expensive, can't really justify going to them anymore kind of issue. I mean, McDonald's, it feels like a treat these days, unfortunately for me, just because, like, that's expensive now. And to be honest, I don't really like McDonald's. Amazing. Man, it's crazy to think McDonald's is expensive at all. Just, I don't know. McDonald's is definitely the quality of, like, junk foodiest of junk food kind of things. I really shouldn't be working on these rivers this early. I say this every time, but probably gonna have to redo them, but I like working on the rivers. But yeah, there's truly nothing like a pizza buffet. I like how I'm talking about all this stuff, like, oh, maybe things will change, and maybe we'll be able to go out to eat and enjoy these things again. And then I remember what's happening to the economy. Oh. Oh. Volume on this is a little wacky. On the plus side with fried chicken, while I haven't bought fried chicken in a while, Dan and I did figure out how to make good fried chicken. Like, the tricks to get the crispiness. And really, yeah, the seasoning mix, if you have a decent selection of seasonings, is not hard to, like, make a good one. I mean, it's largely a lot of pepper and just, like, the right mix of, like, you know, like, paprika, garlic, onion, mustard powder, just stuff like that, usually. Get a mix of maybe some of the greener herbs in there as well. I know if you want to replicate some of the really good gravies that some of these places have that like you would use like with the mashed potatoes or the biscuits, you can kind of replicate those just with like you get your broth or whatever. Your drippings. You put both chicken and beef bouillon in. Pepper, onion powder, garlic powder. I guess salt. It depends on how salty you think the other things are going to be. Honestly, really not much more than that, to be honest. The the garlic and onion powder with the pepper. Once you have the bouillon stuff like that, the bouillon already has like a load of different flavors in it, so you're kind of golden at that point. I do find it really funny when it comes to my interest in replicating foods I like, because anything you buy from the store, I can get a pretty decent approximation at this point just by looking at the ingredients on the back, which are required to be in order of quantity. You can't quite get the exact numbers, but you can get generally the idea of what they're putting in there. I still want to figure out if there's a way I can... I just want to inset these hills. I don't know. Melt? Whoa. What exactly do you mean by melt? Oh, it's like pushing it into the floor, I guess? I guess so. That's weird. I don't really know what the purpose of that one is, besides just like pushing it into the floor. Weld? Oh, this is for blocks. Just kind of does the function of another one. Okay, so maybe stamp is what I'm looking for? Add a blueprint. Let's see. Can I save something? Save blueprint. Okay, one second. So let's like let me test something real quick. Oh gosh, I'm so fast. We are getting near the end of my stream time. Okay, so we have tree A. Those are different enough, I guess. Not exactly ideal sized tree. Oh my goodness. Come on. Ah! I got gambled to death. Really? I hate that they added these little trees, or I don't know if they added them or if it's a bug, but when you're trying to grow tall trees, there's a chance of getting these, like, lollipop trees. Like, they are vaguely, like, lollipop shaped. They're weird. Ah! 3 in a row? I've never had this, like, this bad, I don't think. There. That's good enough. I mean, that's also kind of a pathetic large tree, if I'm being honest. I guess the way these spawn, yeah, it's just a quirk of getting a critical failure. I don't know, bot. What time is it? Ah. Sure, deflect. Why don't you? Don't know the answer? That would be one of the specifically unique things a language model would provide that I wouldn't be able to do otherwise, is being able to ask it specific questions and getting specific answers. The problem is, like, how do I... Like, how would I get, it to be kind of, like, funny? Big tree 1. Oh, tags. Tree? Save? Oh, okay. That actually has to save a file. I guess that makes sense, obviously. So I just want to experiment for the end part of the stream here. Okay, copied that. Small tree 1. I wonder if those angle things mean anything. Small tree 2. I guess I could add more tags. But I probably will also just delete these blueprints because these are just generic Minecraft trees, and I don't know, if I'm doing custom trees, or if I have the option to do custom trees, I might as well do them. Small tree 3. Or I should, like, modify some default Minecraft trees to be a little better. I mean, these kinds of trees are classic, though. And I like the scale of these trees. I actually do feel like some of Minecraft's trees are, like, a bit too small. So if I put all of these in... Okay, interesting. Oh, snap! Okay, this is what I've been looking for. I guess the stamp tool is what I want. This is way better. I have to just be careful, because once I put a forest down, there is a chance that I will put forest on top of it. So it's just like, I might want to, like, do entire woods at once. I don't know. Did I put some trees on top of trees there? I really like how this is just a brush. I finally found what I was looking for. Now, this is what I'm curious about. Aw, those... Okay, yeah. Extend foundation to ground doesn't count leaves as non-ground. Keep existing. Okay, well, I mean, this is super cool, though, because, like... Obviously, this isn't the final set of trees I'll use, but once I... You know, once I get to working over here, this will make it really, really fast to, like... Like, oh, I want to put, like, woods here. Like, bam. Practically done. It's, like, perfectly, like, the default spacing is, like, kind of perfect, too. For, like, Minecraft forest density. Every time I work on stuff like this, like, there's a part of me that wonders whether or not I would be able to go... Like, once Will is done... putting the cities into his island, whether I should go and, like, rework some of the forests and stuff around it, I don't know. I mean, this looks pretty good considering it's just using 4 trees. I'm actually surprisingly happy with how this can look. I definitely want some larger trees mixed in. And I think when I do the forest, it needs to come a little closer. Oop. Oops. Well, we're just testing things out for now. It's fine. I mean, this does make it really easy to... Oh, that's so cool. I freaking love this mod, dude. I mean, this mod is the way I enjoy making Minecraft maps, so... All in all, it's very much a win. See, from the treehouse, I always did imagine the forest is just, like... Just kind of a bit away, but, like, not too far away. Like, you can't see the river from the house. And then I can just destroy everything, because we're gonna do this a little different later. Those details come later, as much as I would love to do them. Oh, wait. Let me at least keep that. Oops. So script brush with grass. Yeah, that's a problem. Okay. Tool masks above grass block. Oh, wait. Below... Trash that. Below equals grass block. Okay, that makes that also very easy. Cool. And then... remove the mask. And clear foliage. Okay, it does get rid of logs. I might want to remember that in case there's ever a building with logs. So yeah, if I do one of these forests and don't like it and can't control Z, I can just destroy them this way. I seriously am almost embarrassed that I made the Will's Island without this mod. Oh, man. It's actually legitimately bad how much better this is than World Edit. I think now I know every feature I have a replacement for in this. Oof. Like, I guess the only thing I'm wondering... Is there a clipboard? I guess you would have to use some kind of script thing. Because the only thing I can't really think of is, if there's a way to, make the clipboard stuff I did on the island, where I made the mesa using a clipboard. Oh. I guess you could do it. That's kind of the hard way, but I guess you could do it like that, couldn't you? What Y level is this? Y equals like 100. So I guess tool masks you would do Y equals 100. And then you would paint it. Right, so this is a little bit more manual, but you could definitely do the layering thing I had before. And you would be able to see, the thing is I couldn't really, it was like really hard to do it, like fix it afterward, if I'm being honest. This gets rid of a lot of the headache, because I can just do it by coordinate. Interesting. I do like the default script brush stuff. Kind of solves some of my problems. Oh man. I really need to get past doing the some of the terrain over here so that I can feel like I can finish everything. I can go a little longer this evening and... What happens if I, like... Oh my gosh. Sorry, this is really weird. I don't know what I'm really doing here. So if I, like, shatter it and then smooth it, what does that do? I'm always testing out some weird stuff with this. I don't think I like the results. Maybe if I needed somewhat noisy terrain, that would be good. Flatten with like a really low. Do I have a mask on? Why isn't this going? Oh, I guess the rate is just that slow. Okay. Rate should just stay high then. Yeah, I think I just need to increase my wiggle technique to do some of what I want. That's 2 in one day. Did they have Doge in the name? Is this my punishment for talking out against dear leader? Oh, speaking of which, I don't think here's a stupid final topic for the stream tonight. Um, So, the Department of Government Efficiency, which somebody jokingly said they're gonna start just calling Dodgy. They're gonna, like, pronounce it out loud as Dodgy. It's a really funny, just random thing I saw. Huh. I wonder if that would... No. I guess their website got hacked. Just like somebody kind of casually hacked the site. I don't think I trust this cybersecurity team of hackers that's running Doge if they can't even pick a website that's stable. I'm pretty sure it was a .gov website, so I'm pretty sure it was the actual, like, official group that put it together, so, yeah, I'm pretty sure pretty much every foreign country probably has our nuclear secrets at this point. There was some other things about, like, the way they were operating leading to potential, cybersecurity threats for the United States. It's just like, oh, goodness me. Oh, no. Do I hear baby birds? I guess it's that time of year. They're always in the tree behind the shed. But yeah. Oh, boy. My favorite. The espionage is coming from within the building. I mean, I don't think I have anything really notable to add since last week, because I feel like it's just extra detail, like whatever recent things that were already happening. But there's like a million things going on at once that, I mean, part of the point of it is to... What's the term I keep hearing recently? Flood the zone? Yeah, what you know, whatever that. That term. I mean, it continues to be a coup. Refusing to comply with court? Yippee. Getting to nominate the judges isn't good enough. Now you've got to just ignore them. I mean, besides that, you've got blatant corruption of what seems to be, you know, political favors or bribes or whatever. As one of the federal attorneys was taken off a case that they refused to drop that was against New York's current mayor. So, I don't know, the list of atrocities goes on and on. Yippee. Oh, man. The end of the world, my favorite. Oh, yeah. You know, I mean, you ever have something that's, like, so par for course that, like, you almost don't even, like, talk about it? Because it's just like, oh, my gosh. Talk about normalizing it. Sorry, just the frustrations with Trump essentially giving up Ukraine to Russia. Yeah, it's like the, you know, his whole ending the war on day one thing is continued to be revealed to be just telling Ukraine to give Russia everything they wanted. I mean, really. Like, Ukraine, just had to, like, straight up say that it's just like, yeah, we're not gonna take deals that weren't negotiated with us at the table. Like, it was just the United States telling Russia, yeah, this is the deal. And then Ukraine is just, like, left out of the discussion. Like, why? Why must our dictatorship be like this? Yeah. More Earthbound music. Hey, bot, are you thinking about Earthbound? Maybe. Hey, bot, if I mention pink elephants, can you avoid thinking about them? Oh, wow, impressive. Are you currently thinking about pink elephants? Well, your confidence was misplaced then. So one awkward thing is, for a map like this, I wouldn't want to mod the game and then have things that wouldn't be compatible with, like, playing the map on vanilla. This is the catch of doing map stuff. There are modded things that would be really, really good for adding to this map, but I don't know if I can get away with adding them. So, for instance, I think I would want to add the create mod. So that I can get trains, so these train lines can look good, because the create mod can do, like, the curved tracks and everything. But, yeah, I don't know. And it would give me, like, some steampunky looking stuff that I think would look good in a couple areas. Because again, the sort of lore of this world in this area is very, like, Magitech. So if I could get some, like, magic looking stuff, and I could get some steampunk looking stuff, and sort of combine their efforts into one, then it would look pretty good, I think. But that might be something I do, like, after building everything else kind of stuff. Like, maybe, I don't know. Like, yeah, super late into the process. But, also, there's mods for, like, adding crops and stuff. If I'm gonna have a lot of farms, it would be nice to have more than the default ones. I really do just wish... Wait, maybe there is. One second. Operations. Fill, replace, set biome, auto shade, drain one, smooth snow, simulate gravity, trigger updates. One second. Let me try box selecting an area. Operations. No, these are all the same. Um... No, I'm not getting any quick results. Oh well. Would have been nice if I could just set it to smooth an area. But I think the way this really nice smoothing operation I've been using works, maybe it doesn't work well with that. What if I just set the radius really high and just put up with it? I think the higher the radius, the more certain things smooth as well, so maybe it's to my benefit. What if I also just, like... I guess if I don't wait for the preview... If I could see it without the preview, it might go faster, but I'm not sure. Let me just do that. See what happens. Oh, no. Okay, it just... I think it does need to see the preview to actually work properly. So if I do that and then wait... Oh, wait. Okay. No, it skips it over it a bit. Okay. Ah. I thought it looked a little choppy over there. Oh, well. Smooth everything! Smooth! The cow farm is here! Smooth it! I feel like I made this joke before. I mean, I say smooth occasionally, but, like, for this specific location on the map. The cow goes... Disassemble your government, it is corrupt and tyrannical. The sheep goes... Obey your government. Just want to smooth it. Oh, yes. The land is becoming smooth and delicious. Like a lovely chocolate. It's also so laggy. Part of me wonders, how much laggier would it get? Also, I wonder. If I make it just one of these... The operation of, like, the selection box would be... different. It does seem faster. Oh my gosh, I should have thought of this before. Because I'm already smoothing, like, a flat location. A smaller ellipsoid would do the trick. Come on. I also wonder how much faster this would operate on a new computer. I don't know how much better the CPU really is gonna feel. With the way technology goes, it's like, oh, it's this many times faster, but then in practice, it almost doesn't feel like it is, because I guess it just depends on how the system utilizes that power. The GPU is, like, usually a lot more notable. Plus, like, the CPU on this computer, again, isn't really that bad. It was good for 10 years ago. It would be funny if it's a notable feeling of difference. But I also have to make sure... oh, well, I guess RAM speed. Yeah, my RAM isn't... well, I guess we did upgrade my RAM at one point, so it's... I don't know what DDR level it is, but, it's not too bad, I don't think. But I'm only using, like, half of my RAM anyway. I'm assuming at this point it is no longer accurate to give people the advice that 8 gigabytes of RAM is good enough. Just because so many things like web browsers and whatnot are like stupid RAM hogs. That you kind of have to get as much as you can to do anything. Okay, so this little hill over here, I think I really need to just remove it. I like water. Seeking to fill all available space. Yeah. Because again, this area is supposed to be kind of flat-ish. It hath been flattened. So if I were doing this, like, more seriously, I guess the way to build maps these days would be you would use a height map program first. Then you move on to Axiom. There's probably a couple other programs you can use in between, like programs that are probably better at sculpting trees and stuff. I will want to be careful if I try to sculpt trees, because at a certain point, if I make them too similar, I'm going to be able to tell that they're the same assets, and that's something that does actually bother me with, like, game trees are still like this. The sort of issue that, like, video game trees still oftentimes you can, like, tell that there's like 10 different variants. I wonder whether humans will ever perfect trees and the sheer uniqueness that they seem to have. Okay, I did not want to smooth the river like that, but I think it's probably fine. I am gonna really have to remember that the smooth brush very much varies the gradients of the hills. I'm just zoning out at this point. Just working on my map, but not really thinking about much. Letting the brain smooth as I smooth the terrain. there's still a flower in the ground there. Aha, wait a second. There is the script brush. Clear foliage. I guess clear foliage would be good for clearing out the stuff over there. Is there anything else, like, worth... So, kelp... Oh, wow, kelp just does kelp. It's just a dense thing of kelp, I guess. Sure. Oh, my music ended, so... maybe that's a sign that the stream should be over. This happens each time I do this. The music signifies that I've been kind of going too long. Not quite yet, though. There's still more I can do. There's still more I want to do. This can't be it. It can't be over for me. What do you mean this is all I have? I was supposed to be stronger. Something, just anime dialogue. Which anime? Take your pick. Oh man, there's a final topic for you. Oh man. So, yeah, I binged an isekai this last week. Just it seemed fun. You know, all the tropes and everything I think I mentioned earlier. But so I had a specific problem. Season 1 was really good, really snappy, really liked it. And then Season 2 started really good, but slowly, near the middle of the season, near the end, because of the kind of plot going on, where it was usually like a bit more like light, like kind of light plot, with like a lot of characters and joke stuff that just like worked really well. But then, you know, the world building sort of eventually caught up with it. And it's this awkward thing where the second season was done by a different studio. And you could tell the studio was just kind of maybe cheap budget or quick schedule. It is notable that the first season was 12 episodes, the second season was 25, which 25 used to be the regular season length, but these days it seems like maybe it's fair enough if the maybe it's fair enough if the 12 episode length animes are just like a better way to go about it or something. But yeah, anyway, yeah, so it's just like, you know, maybe if the time and the budget wasn't very good, maybe they should have made it a little shorter, cut it at an earlier part of the plot during that section or something. But the part of the problem for me is the second season was done by a studio that has done me dirty in the past. JC Staff. It's got a couple decent things. Like, I remember, what is it? Disastrous Life of Psyche K. They did that one, the anime for that one, and that was decent. But, like, the thing with it is, I guess they work decent enough with animes that are maybe more dialogue heavy, where the humor of the dialogue can carry it. Where if not much is going on, the dialogue is like still gonna like, you know, really do decent. I guess. Actually, you know what? I don't think I like what I just did here. But yeah, so the problem was when they were doing the early part of that season, I feel like it was fine for this other anime that I was watching. Um, I don't know which direction the train track is gonna go here. Um, but yeah, it. Oh man, the moment it got more like plot heavy, and also more action heavy is like maybe part of the problem. The more it felt kind of obvious to me that like the budget was low and they were using tricks to sort of not have to do as much work, and like it kind of got a little grating. Um, and I think for me personally, part of the problem that ended up arising with this situation. I'm just gonna turn on a little bit more music. Valentine's playlist to make you feel loved. Sure. Like Nintendo music. Yeah, so there's a couple problems here. This studio was already kind of infamous for me because they were the one that did One Punch Man season 2. And if you know anything about me, you know that I have One Punch Man opinions. I am one opinion man. And that opinion is that series was one of my favorite and kind of got ruined by various circumstances. The webcomic's still good. They ended up being the studio that made the mediocre second season of that. And the second season is fine. It's carried by the story in a lot of ways if you already like the story, and maybe other people don't mind, but I think the problem ends up for me being that One Punch Man was like the first season was like one of those I wouldn't say like rare, but definitely like one of those like super like labor of love, best in the industry kind of seasons. So the second season coming out and getting the sort of dime a dozen quality treatment, which it had a couple other issues that weren't really the fault of the animation studio, though I wish they maybe compensated for these kinds of issues more. Specifically, that season had a lot of characters doing really fast, like speedster kind of like attacks and stuff, you could say. Quick punches, lots of fast movement, stuff like that. And the type of animation they did for it got like completely destroyed by Japan's broadcasting like regulations, where you have to blur that kind of stuff so that it's not flashing imagery too much. Other animes managed to get around the muddy blur a lot better. So that one just suffered really bad. The Blu-ray version, honestly, with the Blu-ray version being cleaned up in post, things reanimated and stuff fixed and that blur removed in the Blu-ray version, it's like maybe that version is worth watching. I haven't given it an actual watch, but yeah, so there's just a couple things here where it just like there's just something about the way JC Staff adapts anime that is not bueno for me. And so like part of the problem, you have like moments that are like really high stakes. And like, okay, so some of this is going to be the fault of the story writing, but some of this is also the production. The way the production handles scenes and dialogue and stuff like that, especially for something being adapted from a light novel, from what I understand, You're gonna get some interesting problems. It's kind of funny. Unfortunately, the slime anime, that time I got reincarnated as a slime, has almost the exact same issue. That plot and world building starts happening, and then the characters just stand around talking. The slime anime doesn't have the issue, though, that you have, like, higher stakes things of, like, oh, people nearby are probably dying, and like, people are just sitting around talking incredibly casually? Lols? I forget what this music comes from. I guess it's a game, but like this is YTP music. Old internet memes were truly something. Just thinking about how like a game would have an odd piece of music and it would just be part of meme culture for years. But yeah, so you can probably understand why I would end up getting kind of frustrated with the season 2 of the show I was watching. Getting, like, I don't want to call it just, like, straight up bad. And at least the conclusion was decent. Though I wouldn't entirely say that they just saved the budget for, it didn't entirely feel like they were saving the budget for the finale, because I mean the action was decent, but I don't know. Not as crazy as the first season's finale. Yeah, I know, bot. You tell me to talk about anime, you tell me not to talk about anime. But, yeah, so, the, I feel like there's, like, every trick in the book. Like, you have, like, characters with, like, static poses where the camera is panning to give some kind of sense of motion, or, a character is facing, like, away from the camera and talking. An explosion happens and it's behind some trees or buildings or mountains instead of, like, seeing the impact frames. And that one specifically is funny, because Season 1 did it the proper way, where you have the explosion seen from the side view, to get the sense of scale from it. And then it would give you a second view of it from, like, above you to give the sort of impact that it needs. So it's funny, I don't remember if we ever got... It might have been 1 or 2 spots, but I can't remember so much of that in Season 2. But I remember a lot of cases of, like, something basically just falls off camera or explodes, like, from, like, a side view perspective. And I think part of why that I picked up on that one so much is because that was something I noticed in One Punch Man Season 2 they did a lot. A character would go to, like, do a big punch or something, and you would see, like, an explosion from the distance or whatever. And a lot of those kinds of things are unavoidably, like, budget saving, because drawing, like, smoke or explosions from the side is, like, way easier. I think even I've done it in some old project in the past, or working on, like, platformers or whatever. The more, like, 2D you can make a thing, like, the better for your budget and your time. Which is why you'll see, especially, I feel like, cartoons that aren't, like, super action-y, you might, or you know, that don't have, like, crazy, like, anime budget stuff to work with, you might end up seeing cartoons a lot more these days, pulling that same trick where like action is from a complete side view, because it's so much easier to animate, and it can look cool at times, but the reality is it's fancier version of those stickman fighting videos. There's a reason why the people that would make stuff like Animator versus Animation or whatever else ended up being able to make some like really fancy ones over the years. Doing it from the side really cuts down on certain aspects of what you need to do, and it's valid. It's just, you know, it's one of those things. I mean, as a game developer, I also just can't generally deny the existence of some things you do for the budget. But here, let's just do this real quick. Man, I kind of underestimated how... Oh, wait. I forgot. Not... where's... Oh, wait, I can just use this one. Not... Wool... White... Wool... Yellow. I don't think it'll affect water. Let's see, will it? No, it doesn't look like it. This brush might be a little too big. But yeah, yeah, so it is kind of interesting, just, again, there's a part of me that's, it's like, you know, show, don't tell. Also, unfortunately, you get a little bit of, like, the show itself being at fault for some of the anticlimactic sense, because, like, again, like, you end up wondering, maybe if you're reading this as a novel, maybe it's completely fine. It might be that it doesn't translate to anime very well for some of this. Where it's just like, okay, several episodes of characters basically just talking to each other and not doing much. At what point is that 5 minutes of reading instead? And thus, if the anime is adapting that as, like, several episodes of characters standing around talking, you end up having to also, like, wonder, it's like, is there nothing here that can be cut? I don't know. Oops, I didn't want to draw over that. Yeah, I don't know. Just opinions. Pepinions. It might have also not felt so bad. Some people commented that they actually did skip over some of the, like, more casual story beats to get to the action. So, but at the same time, I don't know. It's just like time not well cut. Considering the best part about the anime is more so like the kind of comedy elements of it, if I'm being honest. Or the character interaction elements, and not just like the talking and planning stuff. Here, I'll give you a way to rate anime, bot. Do you like One Piece? Bot is valid. Bot was on thin ice. Bot survives. See, I feel like I need to get to a point where I can do this in a couple areas of the map. Converting it into, like, grasslands and stuff. Partially just so that I can, like, have some visual variety so these streams aren't just gray the whole time. Which I would say this is successfully doing. Biome painter. What if I painted... Okay, can I... Okay, I can't search. Okay. It's more green. Alrighty, well, I think I've done enough for today, so I'm gonna wrap up here. Sorry, this music is goofy. I don't know why, but like my brain is like, oh dear, that's as tall as things go. It's plenty high, but it's just like, oh no. The sense of like, if that is as tall as the biomes go, or let's see, F3. Yeah, I mean these mountains seemed tall, but they're plenty below the height limit, so we're fine. If I want, like, some super gigantic mountains, I think I'll survive. Okay. Okay. That's enough of that. I'm gonna go. I think I've streamed plenty. Oh, and bye, everybody.